Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the lands east of the Shire, where the old forest shadows stretch long and mysterious across the rolling hills, the town of Bree stood as a crossroads of tales and travelers. It was here, in the warm comfort of his family's bakery, that young Marco Brandybuck discovered a secret that would challenge everything he knew about his quiet hobbit life. The autumn morning had begun like any other, with Marco kneading dough in the pre-dawn hours, his fingers working through the familiar motions passed down through generations of Brandybuck bakers. The scent of fresh-baked bread filled the air, and through the round windows, he could see the first hints of sunrise painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. It was while reaching for his great-grandmother's recipe book, a weathered tome that had survived countless flour dustings and butter stains, that Marco's life changed forever. As he pulled the book from its shelf, a piece of parchment slipped from between its pages, floating to the floor like a leaf in an autumn breeze. The parchment was unlike anything Marco had ever seen in Bree. Thin as silk, but strong as leather, covered in flowing silver script that seemed to shimmer in the early morning light. Unable to read the elegant elvish letters, Marco might have dismissed it as a curious trinket had it not been for the arrival of Gandalf's old friend, Tom Bombadil, later that very morning. The mysterious figure appeared at the bakery's door just as Marco was contemplating what to do with his discovery. "Who? Young Master Hobbit," Tom sang in his peculiar way. "What treasure dear small hands hold this fine morning?" His bright blue eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom, and his yellow boots seemed to dance even while standing still. When Marco showed him the parchment, Tom's usually jovial face grew serious. "Oh," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, so the old tales stir once more. "Best come with me, young Brandybuck." These words were not meant for casual eyes. In Tom's house, deep in the heart of the old forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, the truth of the parchment was revealed. It was a letter, written in the First Age by an elven loremaster, to a group of hobbits who had discovered something of great power in the Weather Hills, something that needed to be hidden from the servants of darkness. But what did they find? Marco asked, his hobbit curiosity overwhelming his natural caution. "A key," Tom replied, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "Not of metal and teeth, but of starlight and song. A key that could unlock doors best left closed, or seal them forever shut that very night." As if summoned by the discovery, dark figures began appearing in Bree. They moved like shadows through the streets, questioning inhabitants about ancient relics and forgotten treasures. Their words were honeyed, but their eyes were cold, and they paid particular attention to hobbit homes and businesses. Tom's warning came just in time. "These are no common brigands, young Marco. They are servants of an older darkness, one that remembers the power of what was hidden. The secret your ancestors protected must be found before they discover it." And so began a journey that would take Marco far from the comfortable confines of his bakery. With Tom Bombadil as his guide, he traveled secret paths through the old forest, ways known only to the most ancient of beings. They moved beneath ancient trees whose branches seemed to whisper warnings and encouragement in equal measure. Along the way, they gained an unexpected ally in Nori, daughter of Dori, a dwarven merchant who remembered old tales of the Weather Hills and the treasures they held. Her axe and knowledge of the ancient dwarf roads proved invaluable as their journey took them deeper into lands long abandoned by the free peoples. The weather hills rose before them like the backbone of some ancient beast, their peaks shrouded in mist and mystery. It was here, according to the letter, that the hobbits of old had found something that frightened them enough to seek elven counsel, something that now called to Marco through dreams of starlight and song. Their quest was not without peril. The dark figures from Bree had followed, their numbers growing as they drew closer to their goal. These were no mere bandits but cultists who had once served Angmar, the realm of the Witch King, preserving their evil knowledge through the ages. In the heart of the Weather Hills, beneath a stone carved with symbols older than the moon, they found what they sought. A chamber built by forgotten hands held a pedestal of black stone. Upon it lay what appeared to be a simple silver flute, unremarkable save for the starlight that seemed to dance along its surface. The key of Twilight, Tom said softly, his usual sing-song manner replaced by reverence. Forged in the first age to seal away creatures of shadow and unlock paths to realms of light. In the wrong hands, it could open doors to places where ancient evils still dwell, but before Marco could reach for it, the chamber filled with dark-robed figures. Their leader, a tall man with eyes like chips of ice, stepped forward. "The key, little halfling," he commanded. "Give it to us, and you may yet see your precious Bree again." What happened next would be told in the histories of Bree for generations to come. How young Marco Brandybuck, with nothing but hobbit courage and a baker's quick hands, snatched up the flute. How Tom Bombadil's voice rang out in song, shaking the very foundations of the hills. How Nori's axe flashed in the darkness, keeping the cultists at bay. And most importantly, how Marco, in a moment of desperate inspiration, put the flute to his lips and played the only song he could think of, an old hobbit walking song his mother had taught him. The simple melody, pure and true, filled the chamber with light. The key of Twilight responded to his innocent spirit, its magic transforming the gentle tune into a power that sealed not just the chamber, but all the forgotten doors in the Weather Hills, trapping the ancient evils forever in their tombs. The cultists fled, their power broken, their dark dreams shattered by a hobbit's simple song. Tom Bombadil laughed in delight, and even Nori smiled beneath her beard. The key of Twilight was taken far away by Tom Bombadil, to be hidden where no dark power could reach it. But its story, and the tale of Marco's courage, lived on in Bree. The bakery still stands there, and on quiet mornings, they say you can sometimes hear a faint melody drifting through its windows, a simple walking song that once saved the world from darkness. Marco returned to his life of baking bread, but he was changed. He understood now why Bilbo Baggins had always seemed different after his adventures, why his eyes would sometimes drift to the distant horizon. For once you've tasted the larger world, once you've played a part in its great tales, even the sweetest bread carries a hint of that wild magic. And sometimes on autumn evenings when the shadows grow long, Marco sits in his garden and thinks about the chamber beneath the hills, about Tom Bombadil's songs and Nori's courage. About the simple truth that even the smallest person can change the course of great events. Then he smiles, goes inside, and begins preparing the next day's bread, knowing that adventure might be waiting just behind the next page of his recipe book. Story 2. In the cozy halls of Great Smiles, where the Took family had dwelt for generations, young Primula Took Baggins spent her days much like her famous relative Bilbo Nose, buried in ancient maps and dusty tomes. But unlike other hobbits who merely dreamed of adventures, Primula was about to stumble upon one that had been literally sewn into her family's history. It began on a rain-soaked evening when she was helping her mother sort through her late uncle, Isambold's belongings. Among the countless waistcoats, for he had been a hobbit of particular fashion, she found one that felt oddly stiff in its hem. Her nimble fingers, trained by years of manuscript restoration, detected the whisper of parchment hidden within the fabric's folds. Carefully separating the ancient stitches, Primula extracted what appeared to be a map, drawn with such delicate precision, it could only be of elvish make. The parchment bore marks of age, but the ink remained clear as starlight, showing a hidden path through the old forest to a place marked with runes she had never seen before. The settlement of Twilight Veil, she translated slowly, drawing upon her studies of ancient texts. Yet this place appeared in none of her books, in no tales of the Shire's founding, though the map clearly dated from the time of the wandering days, when hobbits first came to these lands. Fortune, or perhaps something more purposeful, brought three unlikely companions to great smiles that very week. First came Drugin Stonefist, a dwarf merchant whose regular trading routes through the Shire had made him a familiar face, though few knew of his passion for lost histories. Then arrived Halden, a weather-worn ranger who spoke little of his past, but whose eyes held the weight of many winters' watch over the Shire's borders. Last came Rose Goodbarrel, Primula's childhood friend, and the finest gardener in Tuckborough, whose practical knowledge of soil and stone would prove as valuable as any ancient lore. When Primula shared her discovery, each saw something different in the aged parchment. Drugin recognized the runes as markers of ancient dwarf roads that had once run beneath the forest. Halden's keen eyes spotted symbols warning of old dangers that still lurked in the deep woods. Rose, studying the path's course, noted how it followed the natural flow of the land in ways only a hobbit would choose. This is no mere settlement they found, Halden mused, his finger tracing the map's margins where strange symbols clustered. These are wards of protection, ancient magics meant to hide something of great importance, and so, on a misty morning when autumn painted the Shire in gold and crimson, four unlikely companions set out from Great Smiles. They traveled east, following streams that had long served as the Shire's borders, until they reached the eaves of the old forest where the map's trail began. The forest had grown wild and strange in the centuries since the map's making. Trees seemed to shift when no one was looking. Paths appeared and disappeared like deer tracks after rain. But Rose's hobbit sense for growing things helped them find safe passage, while Drugin's knowledge of stone kept them oriented toward ancient markers half buried in the forest floor. They encountered the first signs of the lost settlement 3 days into their journey, a broken pillar carved with symbols that matched their map, nearly hidden beneath centuries of moss. As they pressed deeper into the forest's heart, more remnants emerged, stone foundations, weathered but unmistakably of hobbit design, and curious circular doors set into hillsides, their hinges long rusted shut. But it was what lay beneath these ruins that would reveal the settlement's true purpose. Halden discovered the entrance a stone door set into the earth, marked with the same runes that decorated their map's margins. Together, they managed to open it, revealing steps that descended into darkness. The underground chambers they found were unlike anything in Hobbit architecture. Though sized for Hobbit inhabitants, they bore marks of elvish craft and dwarvish stonework. Here, in chambers that had remained sealed for centuries, they discovered this settlement's secret, an ancient library, its shelves still lined with books and scrolls preserved by magic far beyond their understanding. This was no mere hobbit hole, Drugin whispered, his voice filled with awe. This was a sanctuary, a place where knowledge was preserved. Among the texts, they found chronicles speaking of a time when darkness had threatened to sweep across all lands. These hobbits, led by a fellowship of scholars from all free peoples, had created this place to preserve the knowledge and artifacts that might otherwise have been lost to shadow. But their discovery had not gone unnoticed. Dark figures, drawn by the breaking of ancient seals, converged on the settlement. They were servants of an older evil, seekers of forbidden knowledge who had hunted for this place through long centuries. In the chambers beneath the earth, our unlikely company faced a choice: destroy the library to keep its secrets from dark hands, or find a way to protect it as their ancestors had done. It was Primula who found the answer, hidden in the very map that had led them there. The wards that had hidden the settlement for so long could be renewed, but doing so required something only a hobbit could give: a love of home and simple things that anchored the magic to the earth itself. As their pursuers broke through the outer defenses, Primula stood in the heart of the library and began to sing not an elvish spell or dwarvish chant, but a simple hobbit walking song about returning home. Rose joined her voice first, then Drugan added a deep harmony, and even Haldan's weathered voice joined the chorus. The song rose through the chambers, and the ancient magic responded. The wards flared to life, weaving a new protection around the settlement that would last another age of the world. When they emerged from the underground chambers, the dark figures had fled, and the forest itself seemed to have drawn closer, wrapping the settlement in a protective embrace. The entrance they had discovered would never be found again by hostile eyes. Though the knowledge was not lost, Primula made sure of that, carefully copying the most important texts before they sealed the library once more. They returned to the Shire changed, each carrying a piece of the ancient wisdom they had discovered. Primula established a secret archive in great smiles, ensuring that the knowledge they had found would be preserved for future generations. Rose planted gardens with seeds from the settlement's preserved stores, bringing ancient flowers back to life in Shire soil. Drugan carried word to his people of the collaboration between dwarves and hobbits in ages past, while Haldan added the settlement's location to the Rangers' secret maps, ensuring it would always have guardians. And so another chapter was added to the great story of Middle-earth, though few would ever know of it. For sometimes the greatest adventures are not those of great battles and kingdoms won, but of knowledge preserved and wisdom protected, waiting in secret places for the time when it will be needed most. The map in the waistcoat was carefully resewn into its hiding place, ready for the next time its secrets would need to be found. For as Primula often said in later years, some treasures are best kept hidden not in locked chests or secret vaults, but in plain sight, protected by nothing more than a simple hobbit's needle and thread. Story 3. The autumn winds whispered secrets through the Shire's rolling hills, carrying warnings the few hobbits could hear. But Fredegar Fatty Bolger had learned to listen. Ever since Frodo's hasty departure had left him to maintain the fiction of his friend's continued residence at Crickhollow, Fatty had developed an acute awareness of the shadows that crept along the borders of their peaceful land. It began with small things: travelers speaking in strange tongues at the Green Dragon Inn, mysterious fires glimpsed in the distant woods, and an increasing number of missing supplies from farmers' storehouses. While most hobbits dismissed these occurrences as ordinary mishaps, Fatty remembered all too well the terror of the Black Riders and knew that evil could wear many masks. On a misty evening, while making his usual rounds of Buckland's borders, Fatty encountered an unusual dwarf named Thorin Stoneshield, named after the legendary king, though he bore no relation. The dwarf was unlike his kin who normally passed through the Shire. He was quieter, more watchful, and carried messages marked with Gandalf's secret rune. "The enemy has many eyes, Master Bolger," Thorin whispered over a private supper at Fatty's home. "Not all wear black hoods or ride terrible steeds. Some walk among you even now, wearing friendly faces and speaking gentle words." That very night, Fatty began organizing what would become known to very few as the Watchful Order. It started with his most trusted friends, young Marima's Brandybuck, who could move through the woods without stirring a leaf; Belle Goodchild, whose network of gossip-loving aunts proved invaluable for gathering information; and Tom Noakes, a miller whose trade gave him reason to travel to every corner of the Shire. Gandalf himself appeared one night, as if from the very shadows, his eyes twinkling with approval at Fatty's initiative. "You show wisdom beyond your years, young Bolger," the wizard said, warming his hands by the fire. "The enemy's attention may be turned eastward, but his servants cast nets far and wide. The Shire must be protected, though it knows not the danger it faces." The wizard taught Fatty simple signs and warnings that could be passed between trusted members of the Order, and how to recognize the marks of those who served darker powers. Before departing into the night, Gandalf left him with a curious gift, a small green stone that grew warm in the presence of evil intentions. As winter approached, the Order's vigilance proved its worth. They discovered poisoned grain being sold at suspiciously low prices in the market's grain that would have weakened the Shire's population come spring. They found maps in the possession of seemingly innocent peddlers, marking the Shire's wells and food storage locations. Most disturbing of all, they uncovered evidence that someone or something was building hidden caches of weapons in the old tunnels beneath the hills. The culmination of their efforts came during the first snow of winter. Bell's network of relatives reported strangers asking questions about the Shire's oldest families, particularly those with connections to Bilbo Baggins. Marima's spotted hooded figures meeting in the depths of Binebale Wood, speaking in harsh tongues that made the trees shudder. Tom's deliveries revealed a pattern of mysterious traders establishing themselves along the Shire's main roads. Fatty knew they had discovered something bigger than simple banditry. The green stone Gandalf had given him grew constantly warm now, and sometimes in the night, it pulsed with an inner light that matched his heartbeat. Working with Thorin, who proved to have experience in such matters, Fatty pieced together the evidence. The enemy's servants were preparing for something not an invasion, but a slow poisoning of the Shire's spirit and strength. They sought to weaken this land of free folk from within, knowing its strategic importance in the growing darkness. The Order's greatest test came on Yule night, when most hobbits were celebrating indoors. Fatty's stone burned hot in his pocket as he patrolled the borders of Buckland. In the shadows between the trees, he spotted dozens of dark figures converging on a hidden entrance to the old tunnels, the same tunnels where weapons had been stored. What followed was not the kind of battle sung about in great halls, but it was no less crucial. Fatty and his Order orchestrated a masterpiece of Hobbit ingenuity. Bell's family spread word of a fake celebration, drawing curious onlookers to the wrong location. Marima's and his woodland skills led the enemy's scouts on a merry chase through false trails. Tom's mill ground through the night, its sound masking the movement of Thorin's warrior kin, who had been secretly summoned days before. The enemy's servants found themselves caught between angry dwarves and surprisingly resourceful hobbits. The hidden weapons were discovered and destroyed. The tunnels were collapsed under Thorin's expertise, and the infiltrators were driven from the Shire's borders. Not a single hobbit beyond the Order ever knew of the battle fought that night to protect their peaceful celebration. In the days that followed, Fatty and his companions worked tirelessly to strengthen the Shire's defenses in subtle ways. They established regular patrols disguised as walking clubs, created emergency caches of supplies hidden in plain sight as ordinary storehouses, and maintained a network of warnings that could rapidly spread news of danger. Gandalf appeared one last time as spring began to wake the land. "You have done well," he told Fatty, "though few will ever know of your service. The Shire remains a sanctuary, thanks to those who watch from the shadows." The wizard's words proved true. While darkness grew in the outside world, while greater battles were fought and kingdoms fell, the Shire remained largely untouched, protected not just by the rangers who guarded its borders, but by its own people who had learned to be watchful while appearing unwatched. Years later, when peace returned and the king's law protected all lands, Fatty would sometimes sit in his garden, watching grandchildren play in the sunshine. The green stone, now dormant, sat on his mantelpiece as a reminder of darker days. Sometimes young hobbits would ask him about the walking clubs that still patrolled the borders, or the curious habits of certain families always keeping extra food stored away. Fatty would just smile, remembering the ancient wisdom that the greatest victories are often the battles that never had to be fought, and that true courage sometimes means standing guard so others can sleep peacefully, unknowing of the dangers that pass in the night. And if travelers through the Shire sometimes noticed how quickly news of their presence seemed to spread, or how certain hobbits always seemed to be walking along the borders at sunset, they said nothing. For the Shire's greatest defense had always been its appearance of harmless simplicity, behind which watched eyes that had learned to see in the dark. Story 4. In the gentle lands between the Shire and Bree, where the morning mists lingered like dreams reluctant to fade, Rose Cotton's mushroom farm had long been known for producing the most extraordinary varieties in all the Four Farthings. What none knew was that the secret to her success lay not in any gardening technique, but in an impossible friendship that was about to change her understanding of the world forever. The discovery came on a morning when the autumn air held its first hint of frost. Rose was checking her prized golden mushrooms, which grew in a secluded hollow beneath ancient oak trees, when she heard a sound unlike any she'd known in her decades of tending the land, a soft, musical chirping that seemed to dance between wind chime and bird song. Following the sound, she found a creature that, by all accounts, should not exist. A dragon no larger than her cat whistler, its scales shimmering with the iridescent colors of morning dew on spider webs. One of its delicate wings was torn, and its eyes green as the first shoots of spring held an intelligence that made Rose's heart skip a beat. Instead of fear, she felt an immediate connection to the tiny being. The dragon, despite its injury, made no aggressive moves. Instead, it watched her with a curious tilt of its head, occasionally glancing at the mushrooms growing nearby with obvious interest. "Well then," Rose said, falling into the practical manner of hobbits everywhere, "let's see about that wing, shall we?" She had just finished creating a makeshift splint from soft leaves and spider silk when a tall figure emerged from the shadows of the oak trees. Radagast the Brown, though seldom seen in these parts, was unmistakable with his worn robes and bird-nested hat. "Oh," the wizard said, eyes twinkling beneath his bushy brows. "I see you've found our little friend. Or perhaps Rose Cotton. He has found you." Over tea in Rose's cozy hobbit hole, Radagast revealed the extraordinary truth. The tiny dragon whom Rose had already named Dewdrop was one of the last fairy dragons, distant cousins to the great worms of the north. Unlike their larger kin, fairy dragons had been friends to the growing things of the world, their magic helping to heal and nurture rather than destroy. They were thought lost in the First Age, Radagast explained, watching Dewdrop delicately sample a mushroom tart. This little one's egg must have lain dormant in the earth for thousands of years, perhaps awakened by the changing tides of power in these lands, but where there was wonder, danger followed close behind. Within days of Dewdrop's discovery, strange figures began appearing at the edges of Rose's farm. They wore fine clothes and spoke courteous words, but their eyes were cold when they asked about unusual creatures or strange lights in the night. Dragon hunters, Radagast warned grimly. They seek trophies and power, caring nothing for the ancient magics they would destroy. Even a fairy dragon's scales hold power that could be terribly misused in the wrong hands. Rose, with all the determination of her hobbit heritage, decided then and there that Dewdrop would come to no harm. With Radagast's guidance, she began learning the old ways of concealment and protection. The wizard taught her simple spells disguised as gardening songs and showed her how to blend the dragon's natural magic with the humble power of growing things. Dewdrop proved to be not just a creature in need of protection, but a remarkable friend. As his wing healed, he revealed abilities that seemed like pure wonder to Rose's eyes. His breath could encourage mushrooms to grow in perfect circles, creating patches that glowed softly in the moonlight. His presence seemed to enhance the natural magic of the land, making plants healthier and more vibrant. The dragon hunters grew bolder as autumn deepened. One night, Rose awoke to find them attempting to break through the magical wards Radagast had helped her set. What followed was a battle unlike any ever seen in those peaceful lands, but not with swords and shields, but with magic, both great and small. Radagast's staff blazed with earth-brown light, while Dewdrop's dragon magic danced like morning mist. But it was Rose's contribution that proved decisive, her deep connection to the land itself, nurtured through years of tending growing things, called to the ancient powers sleeping in the soil. The mushroom circles all around her farm blazed to life, creating rings of power that the hunters could not cross. The very trees seemed to shift, their branches weaving patterns that confused and misdirected. And through it all, Dewdrop flew for the first time since his injury, his small form trailing light like scattered stars as he danced through the air. The hunters fled, their cold magic no match for the combined power of wizard, dragon, and hobbit working in harmony with the land itself. In the quiet aftermath, Rose realized that her life had changed forever, and she couldn't be happier about it. The years that followed became legend in their own quiet way. Rose's mushroom farm flourished beyond anyone's imagining, though few ever knew why certain patches glowed by moonlight, or why the air sometimes shimmered with colors no one could quite describe. Dewdrop remained her secret companion, growing slowly, for even fairy dragons take decades to reach their full size, and helping to tend the magical gardens they created together. Radagast would visit occasionally, bringing news of the wider world and sharing in their peaceful magic. He taught Rose more of the old ways, while learning himself how hobbit wisdom could enhance the ancient arts he practiced. Together, the three of them created a sanctuary that protected more than just one small dragon. It became a haven for all manner of magical creatures that needed safety and peace. The mushroom circles that had once served as magical wards became gathering places for friendly creatures of the twilight. Dewdrop's kin, drawn by some ancient memory of their kind's connection to the growing world, would sometimes appear like dreams at dawn or dusk, their wings catching light in impossible colors. Rose never regretted her choice to become a guardian of such wonders. She understood now why Bilbo Baggins had never been quite the same after his adventures. Once you've seen the hidden magic of the world, everyday life becomes infused with the possibility of marvels. Years later, when young hobbits would ask about her extraordinarily successful mushroom farm, Rose would smile and share her secret, that the best growing happens when you believe in a little magic. And if sometimes they caught glimpse of something that looked like starlight given wing darting between the mushroom rings, well, that was just part of the wonder that still lived in the quiet corners of Middle-earth, tended by those with the wisdom to protect it. Story 5. The Prancing Pony had stood in Bree for generations, its windows glowing like warm honey in the evening mist. For Folko Lightfoot, apprentice cook and keeper of the inn's ancient recipes, the pony was more than just an establishment. It was a crossroads where tales and travelers met, where stories began, and sometimes, if one listened carefully enough, where mysteries took root. The disappearances began in the waning days of summer, when the roads between Bree and the surrounding villages still bustled with travelers. First, it was old Milo Underhill, who never arrived for his weekly delivery of honey. Then young Primrose Sandybanks vanished on her way home from market. By the time the autumn leaves began to turn, 6 hobbits had disappeared without a trace. Folko noticed patterns that others missed. Each disappearance had occurred during the new moon, and always along the old roads that skirted the edges of the Barrow Downs. More telling still were the strange customers who had begun frequenting the pony men with shadows in their eyes and coins that seemed to whisper when they clinked together. It was on a particularly busy evening that Folko first met Strider, though he would later learn this was Aragorn, heir to the throne of Gondor. The ranger sat in his usual corner, watching the room with eyes that seemed to see more than mere flickering firelight. When Folko brought him his meal, the ranger spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "You've noticed them too, haven't you, Master Lightfoot? The signs that others ignore?" That conversation led to an unlikely alliance. Strider introduced Folko to Dia Stonehammer, a dwarf merchant whose regular travels through Bree had given her an extensive knowledge of the old roads and their secrets. Together, they began to unravel a mystery that stretched back to the dark days of Angmar. The clues came together like ingredients in one of Folko's recipes. The disappearances aligned with ancient paths that led to the Barrow Downs. The strange customers whispering coins bore symbols that DS recognized from forbidden history's marks of those who had once served the Witch King and still practiced his dark arts in secret. They seek to wake something in the downs, Strider explained one night, as they pored over maps in the pony's back room. The Barrow Wights are but shadows of ancient evil, but there are deeper things, older things, that sleep beneath the hills. Their investigation led them to Tom Thunderfoot, an elderly hobbit who had survived an attempted abduction. Through his confused ramblings about singing stones and circles of light, they pieced together a chilling truth. The cultists weren't simply taking random victims, they were seeking hobbits with ancient bloodlines, whose presence could somehow be used in dark rituals within the Barrows. As the next new moon approached, they prepared their counterstrike. Diaz called upon her kin from the Blue Mountains, warriors who remembered the old ways of fighting darkness. Strider summoned fellow rangers who had long watched these lands. And Folko, drawing upon generations of hobbitcraft, prepared foods infused with herbs known to ward against evil recipes passed down through the pony's kitchens since the days when Cardolan still stood against the Witch King. The night of confrontation came with a mist that crept like ghostly fingers across the downs. Folko found himself leading the way through passages that only a hobbit could spot, guided by an instinct he didn't fully understand. They discovered the missing hobbits deep within an ancient barrow, bound but alive, surrounded by cultists preparing a ritual that would have wakened something best left in endless sleep. What followed was both battle and revelation. Strider's sword Northlight blazed like flame against the darkness. DS and her kin fought with the fury of the mountain halls. But it was Folko who provided the key to victory, recognizing the patterns of ancient runes carved into the barrow's walls, patterns that matched the decorations on the pony's oldest plates. Those plates, he realized, weren't mere decorations but preserved instructions from an age when the men of Cardolan and the hobbits of the Wandering Days had worked together to bind the evil in the Downs. With this knowledge, they were able to turn the cultists' own ritual against them, sealing not just the barrow, but all the ancient evil places beneath the Downs. The rescued hobbits returned to their homes, their memories of the ordeal mercifully fading like bad dreams in morning light. The cultists were taken away by the rangers, bound for judgment in lands far from Bree. But the changes wrought that night lived on in subtle ways. Folko continued his work at the Prancing Pony, but now he understood that every recipe in his care was more than just a list of ingredients. They were pieces of a greater history, preserving not just flavors, but ancient protections. The pony's kitchen became known for dishes that somehow warded off dark thoughts and evil dreams, though few ever knew why. DS made the inn a regular stop in her travels, sharing tales with Folko of the deep places of the world and helping him understand the secret histories hidden in everyday things. Strider, on his rare visits, would sit in his corner and smile knowingly at the hobbit who had proven that courage comes in all sizes. In time, when the king returned and the shadow was defeated, Folko was one of the few who truly understood how many small battles had been fought to protect the peace of ordinary folk. He kept his own small garden behind the pony, growing herbs that some said could drive away shadows, and he taught his apprentices to read the ancient patterns hidden in the everyday world around them. For in Bree, as in all places where light and shadow meet, the greatest magics often hide in plain sight, in a well-cooked meal, in a song remembered from childhood, in the simple courage of those who choose to stand against the dark. And if sometimes, on nights when the moon is dark, travelers at the Prancing Pony find their meals accompanied by songs that make the shadows retreat and their dreams filled with light, well, that's just part of the special hospitality that every good inn should provide. Story 6. The white stones of Minas Tirith gleamed like pearls in the morning sun, their ancient faces weathered by time, yet still bearing the proud scars of the War of the Ring. In the highest circle of the city, where the Tower of Aethelion pierced the sky like a needle of light, young Meriadoc Brandebuck II walked the marble halls of the city's great library, his hobbit feet making no sound on the cool stone floor. The grandson of the legendary Meriadoc the Magnificent had inherited not only his namesake's adventurous spirit, but also his insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the Shire. Unlike most hobbits who preferred the comfort of their holes, Merry, as he was known to friends, had accepted King Eldarion's invitation to serve as a loremaster's apprentice in the White City. It was on a crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced across the courtyards of the citadel, that Merry discovered the scroll that would change his life. Tucked away behind volumes of First Age histories and wrapped in cloth bearing the star of the House of Elendil, the parchment seemed to call to him. His fingers trembled as he carefully unrolled the ancient document, its edges crumbling despite his gentleness. The text, written in both Sindarin and the common tongue, spoke of a fragment of the Palantir of Minas Tirith, shattered during its fall to the Nazgul centuries ago. While the main portion had been lost to Sauron's forces, the document revealed that a single shard had been secretly recovered and hidden in the ruins of Osgiliath by a captain of Gondor. The fragment, though smaller than its parent stone, still retained a measure of its power and, more troublingly, its connection to the other seeing stones. As Merry studied the scroll in the following days, disturbing reports began reaching the White City. Farmers in the fields of Pelennor spoke of cold winds carrying whispers in the black speech. Rangers patrolling Aethelion reported ancient wards flickering to life, their runes glowing with an ominous light. Most troubling were the dreams that plagued the city's inhabitants, visions of shadows taking form and ancient evils stirring in the east. King Eldarion, bearing his father Aragorn's wisdom and foresight, called a council. It was there that Merry, gathering his courage, presented his discovery. The king's face grew grave as he studied the scroll, and the chamber fell silent when he spoke of a growing darkness. He had sensed one that seemed to echo the power of the Nine, though the Nazgul had long since perished. The enemy was defeated, spoke Eldarion, his gray eyes reflecting the wisdom of his Enmenrine ancestry, but his malice was worked into the very fabric of Middle-earth. If there remains a fragment of the Palantir that witnessed the corruption of Minas Tirith, it could serve as a conduit for whatever shadow still lingers in those lands. It was decided that the fragment must be found before it could be used for ill purpose. Eldarion himself would lead the search, accompanied by Merry and Aelwyn, a mysterious elven woman who claimed to be one of the last guardians of Elrine. Her presence in Minas Tirith was itself unusual, as most of her kindred had sailed west, but she spoke of a warning in her dreams that had drawn her to the White City. As the company prepared for their journey to Osgiliath, Merry noticed tension among the city's councillors. Lord Irvain, a nobleman who had recently gained influence in court, strongly opposed the mission, arguing that disturbing ancient powers would only invite disaster. His words seemed to carry wisdom, yet Merry caught something in the man's eyes when he spoke of the Palantir, a hunger that reminded him of tales he'd heard about the stone's effect on Denethor. The expedition set out at dawn, a small company traveling under the pretense of surveying the ongoing restoration of Osgiliath. The ancient capital of Gondor, though partially rebuilt, remained a maze of broken towers and shadowed archways. Here, the weight of history pressed close, and every footstep echoed with memories of ancient glory and terrible defeat. Using the scroll's cryptic directions, they made their way to what had once been the Dome of Stars. Aelwyn's presence proved invaluable, as she could sense the lingering enchantments that still warded certain passages. Yet they were not alone in their search. Dark figures shadowed their movements, and twice they were forced to hide from parties of armed men bearing no insignia of Gondor. The truth revealed itself in the depths of the ruins. Lord Irvain, they discovered, led a secret brotherhood that believed in reinstating the full power of ancient Gondor, including its darker arts. The Palantir fragment was to be their tool, a means to peer into places of power and perhaps even communicate with spirits that should remain undisturbed. The final confrontation came in a circular chamber deep beneath the ruins. Moonlight filtered through a cracked dome overhead, illuminating an altar where the fragment lay, a sliver of darkness that seemed to drink in the light. Irvain and his followers had arrived first, but the fragment's power proved more terrible than they had imagined. As the nobleman grasped the shard, shadows began to coalesce around him, taking forms that made Merry's blood run cold, ethereal shapes that bore a horrifying resemblance to the Nazgul of legend. It was Aun who acted first, raising her hand as light blazed from a ring. She wore one of the lesser rings of power, preserved through the ages. Eldarion drew and Rill, his father's legendary sword, its blade gleaming with an inner fire. But it was Merry, small and overlooked, who turned the tide. Drawing upon courage he didn't know he possessed, he seized the fragment while Ervain was distracted and without hesitation cast it into a deep fissure that plunged into the heart of the earth. The shadows dissolved with a terrible cry, and Ervain fell, his mind broken by his brief contact with powers too dark for mortal understanding. His followers fled or surrendered, their conspiracy exposed and broken. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over the White City, Merry stood with Eldarion and Aelwyn on the walls of Minas Tirith. The king spoke of how darkness often lingers longest in the hearts of those who believe they can control it. Aelwyn added that while the great evils of Middle-earth had been defeated, their echoes would long persist, requiring vigilance from all free peoples. As for Merry, he understood now why his grandfather had written so much about the importance of small hands in great deeds. He returned to his duties in the library with new purpose, knowing that knowledge and wisdom were as important as swords in keeping the peace of the Fourth Age. Yet sometimes, in quiet moments among the ancient scrolls, he would remember the feel of ancient magic and terrible shadow, and he would shiver knowing that while the great enemy was gone, Middle-earth would never be entirely free of the echoes of its darker days. But as long as there were those willing to stand against the darkness, whether they be kings of Gondor, elven guardians, or simple hobbits, hope would endure. Story 7. The rebuilt walls of Fornost rose like ancient bones from the rolling hills of the north, their weathered stones catching the last rays of autumn sunset. Once the proud capital of the Kingdom of Arnor, now restored under the reign of King Eldarion, the city stood as a testament to the resilience of the Dí Nidain. Yet within its halls, Parmula TK was about to discover that some secrets of the ancient kingdom were never meant to be disturbed. Unlike most hobbits, who rarely ventured beyond the borders of the Shire, Parmula had inherited the adventurous spirit of her famous ancestor, Peregrine TK. Her position as a scholar of ancient lore had brought her to Fornost, where she assisted in cataloging artifacts recovered from the city's restoration. On a windswept evening, as thunder growled in the distance, Parmula's lantern light revealed something unusual behind a cracked stone in the castle's deepest archives. Her small fingers, perfect for delicate work, traced the outline of a hidden mechanism. With a soft click, the wall shifted, revealing a narrow passage that seemed to breathe with ancient air. The chamber beyond held a secret the world had forgotten. Carved into its walls were scenes of a battle more ancient than the Kingdom of Arnor itself, a conflict between the Valar and a darkness that predated even Morgoth's corruption. Among the carvings, a prophecy written in both Quenya and Adnaic spoke of a slumbering evil in the Barrow Downs, bound not by the power of the Witch King of Angmar, but by something far older. As Parmula spent nights studying the ancient texts, disturbing changes crept across the lands. The mists surrounding the Barrow Downs grew thicker, reaching with ghostly fingers toward Fornost. Shepherds reported their flocks refusing to graze on certain hills, while birds ceased their songs in the shadowed valleys. Most troubling were the dreams, visions of ancient kings rising not with the malice of the Barrow Wights, but with a deeper, colder purpose. Recognizing the gravity of her discovery, Parmula sought counsel with Kalanor, one of the few elves who remained in Rivendell after the departure of their kin. The journey to the last homely house was fraught with tension, as the very air seemed to thicken with foreboding. She was accompanied by Helden, a ranger of the north, whose weathered face bore the noble features of his Dí Nidain ancestors, and Durin Seven, a dwarf lord from the Blue Mountains, who had come to Fornost seeking ancient trading agreements. In Rivendell's fading splendor, Calanar revealed a truth long forgotten. Before the Witch King corrupted the Barrow Downs, he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages. Those hills were sacred ground. The first kings of men were laid to rest there under the protection of spells woven by both elves and the Valar themselves. But beneath the tombs lies something older, a servant of the void that slept there before the first stones were laid. The prophecy, Calanar explained, spoke of a time when the seals containing this ancient evil would weaken, using the very power of the Barrow Downs as a means to return. The corruption of the hills by the Witch King had actually helped maintain the binding, but with his destruction and the waning of the Barrow Wight's power, the older evil was stirring. Their journey to the Barrow Downs began under a waning moon. The company was joined by Calanar, who bore with him an ancient elvish lamp, said to contain the light of stars that had shone before the first rising of the sun and moon. As they approached the Downs, the mists parted before the lamp's light, revealing paths that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. In the heart of the Downs, they discovered that the barrows were arranged in a pattern, a vast symbol of binding whose power had been maintained unknowingly through the ages, even during the Witch King's dominion. But the symbol was breaking, its power fading as the ancient evil below sought to twist the very magic that contained it. Their efforts to reinforce the binding were interrupted by the arrival of tomb robbers, men who had been drawn to the Downs by dreams of ancient treasure, their minds influenced by the stirring evil. In the chaos that followed, Parmula became separated from her companions, finding herself in a central chamber deep beneath the largest barrow. There, she confronted not a physical enemy, but a presence, a void of such absolute darkness that it seemed to pull at her very soul. The prophecy had spoken true. Beneath the Downs lay a creature of the outer dark, a servant of forces that had opposed the Valar in the creation of Arda itself. Drawing upon courage she didn't know she possessed, Parmula raised Calanar's lamp. Its light, pure and ancient, caught in the crystalline structures of the chamber's walls, creating a cascade of radiance that illuminated the entire barrow network. The geometry of the tombs, she realized, was not just a binding circle, it was a lens, designed to focus and amplify the power of light against the darkness. As her companions fought their way to her, Parmula began to sing a habit of hobbits in dire situations. Her clear voice carried an ancient elvish hymn she had learned in Rivendell, and to her amazement, the very stones seemed to join in her song. The light grew stronger, and the darkness recoiled. Calanar's voice joined hers, then Helden's, and even Durin added his deep tones to the harmony. The song of binding, written into the very stones of the Downs by its ancient builders, needed only to be awakened. The darkness, caught in a prison of light and song, was forced back into its ageless slumber. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over the Downs for the first time in centuries without mist, Parmula understood why the prophecy had been preserved in Fornost. The ancient kings had known that someday the evil would stir again, and they had left the tools for its rebinding, not mighty weapons or powerful spells, but knowledge, courage, and the unity of all free peoples. The Barrow Downs were cleansed, their sacred purpose restored. Under the guidance of Calanar and the protection of the Rangers, they became once again a place of rest and remembrance rather than fear. Parmula returned to Fornost to record their deeds, though in time, as often happens in Middle-earth, the great danger they had faced became little more than a fireside tale in the Shire. Yet on certain nights, when the stars shine particularly bright over the Downs, travelers speak of hearing distant songs in ancient tongues, and the stones themselves seem to hum with remembered power, a reminder that in Middle-earth, the line between history and legend is often thinner than it appears. Story 8. The gardens of Aethelion bloomed like jewels scattered across a tapestry of green, their beauty enhanced by the ethereal touch of the elves who had made this land their home in the Fourth Age. Silver-barked trees from Lothal Reen mingled with the ancient flora of Gondor, creating groves that sang with both starlight and sunlight. Yet in the shadow of the Eethelion, where Mordor's dark peaks still scraped the sky, Folko noticed the first signs that something was amiss. A hobbit of scholarly disposition, Folko had come to Aethelion at the invitation of Prince Elberon, son of Faramir and Awin, to study the merging of Elvish and Mannish lore in this reborn land. His small quarters in the restored city of Emin Arnon overlooked gardens, where the magic of Legolas's people had transformed the once scarred battlefield into a paradise that rivaled the legendary gardens of Urmo himself. The trouble began with the withering of a Malorn sapling, a gift from the elves of East Elrine. Its leaves, which should have remained golden even in winter, turned black as if burned by an unseen frost. In the days that followed, more signs appeared. Ancient runes carved into the living rock of the hills, their forms twisted and writhing when viewed in twilight. Nightingales falling silent in their beloved groves, and dreams that spoke of a shadow older than the shadow of Mordor. Merwin, daughter of Elberon and granddaughter of the White Lady of Rohan, brought more troubling news from the ranger patrols. The waters of streams flowing from the Eethelion had turned bitter, and in the deepest valleys, patches of ground had become tainted, reminiscent of the poisoned lands of Mordor, but somehow more ancient in their malice. "This is not the corruption of Sauron," spoke Galahad, one of the few remaining Sylvan elves who had chosen to remain in Middle-earth under Legolas's leadership. "This taste in the air, it bears the mark of Morgoth's first poisoning of Arda, before even the awakening of the elves in the libraries of Emin Arnon." Folko discovered references to a being known as Draugr, a servant of Morgoth who had fled into the roots of the Eethelion after his master's defeat. Neither Vala nor Maya, but something else, a spirit of corruption that had existed in the void before Arda's making. The text suggested that the early Menreens had bound this entity deep within the mountains, using arts now lost to time. Prince Elberon called a council, gathering representatives of all the free peoples who now called Aethelion home. Merwin argued for immediate action, her mother's warrior spirit burning bright in her gray eyes. The elves counseled caution, speaking of ancient wards that needed to be understood before confronting such a power. But it was Folko who found the key hidden in plain sight. "The gardens," he said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "The elves didn't just plant them for beauty. Look at the pattern, the way the Malorn trees align with the ancient Menreen watchtowers. They're part of a living ward, maintaining the binding through the power of growth and renewal." The revelation came too late. That very night, darkness boiled out of the mountains like a toxic fog. Trees withered at its touch, and the very soil seemed to recoil. The entity had been slowly poisoning the gardens, weakening the wards that held it bound, and now it sought to reclaim the lands that had once been its domain. What followed was not a battle that could be won with swords alone. Merwin led the rangers in evacuating outlying settlements, while the elves began a song of power won that had been ancient when Beleriand still stood above the waves. Folko found himself working alongside both peoples, his knowledge of herb lore proving crucial as they sought to strengthen the remaining gardens against the encroaching darkness. The final confrontation came in the heart of Aethelion's greatest garden, where a white tree, a descendant of those that had grown in Menor, stood in full bloom. Draugr's presence manifested as a void in the shape of shadow, its very existence an offense to the natural world. The entities spoke in thoughts of decay and entropy, promising a return to the purity of the void. But Folko, standing beside Merwin and Galahad, understood what the ancient Menreens had known. The gardens weren't just a prison, they were a transformation. For millennia, the power of life and growth had been slowly changing the entity, whether it knew it or not. As Draugr attacked, Merwin raised her sword, inherited from Awin, which had tasted the blood of the Witch King. Galahad and his kin sang songs of starlight and growing things, and Folko, drawing upon everything he had learned of both elvish and mortal lore, began to speak the names of every plant, tree and living thing in the gardens names in Sindarin, Quenya, Western, and even the ancient tongue of Enmenor. The naming was a renewal of the original binding, but also a reminder of what Draugr had become. After ages beneath the gardens, the entity was no longer purely a creature of the void. It had become something else, a spirit of transformation, of death and rebirth, as much a part of Arda's cycles as the gardens themselves. The revelation struck like lightning. The darkness collapsed in upon itself, and where Draugr had manifested, a new garden sprouted, one of twilight blooms and luminous fungi, of plants that thrive in shadow but harbor no malice. The entity had not been destroyed but transformed, its ancient power bound into the service of life rather than entropy. In the aftermath, as Aethelion bloomed anew, Folko understood that this had been the true purpose of the gardens all along. The Enmenreans, in their wisdom, had not sought to destroy the ancient evil, but to change it, using the slow, patient power of growing things to transform an enemy into part of the natural order. Folko's account of these events was added to the libraries of both Emin Arnon and Minas Tirith. In time, the Garden of Twilight, as it came to be known, became one of Aethelion's most renowned features, a place where shadow and light danced in harmony, and where the transformative power of Middle-earth's gardens could be witnessed by all who visited. And if sometimes in the deepest part of night, visitors heard whispers in an ancient tongue among the luminous blooms, they were no longer voices of malice, but part of the endless song of Arda itself. Story 9. The waters of the Anduin whispered ancient secrets as they flowed past the newfound settlement of hobbits and burnings in the Vale. The morning mist curled around the riverbanks like the breath of sleeping dragons. And it was in this ethereal scene that Rosa Bolger found the stone that would change her destiny. Small hands, better suited to tending gardens than wielding weapons, lifted the crystalline object from where it had lain half buried in the river's silty edge. The stone sang, not with sound, but with a resonance that made the morning stars still visible in the dawn sky seem to shimmer more brightly. It was no larger than a chestnut, yet within its depths, light danced like captured starfire. Rosa, daughter of the Vale, but with Brandybuck blood running through her veins, knew at once that she had found something extraordinary. Word of the discovery spread quickly through the Vale, reaching the ears of Celebriel, one of the last guardians of Lothlorien who had remained in Middle-earth. The elf woman's ageless face bore an expression of wonder and concern as she held the stone up to the light of the setting sun. "This is one of the 3 stones of the Valar," Celebriel announced, her voice carrying the weight of ages. Created before the Silmarils, they were gifts from Varda to the first elves, meant to light their way in the darkness before sun and moon. Long have they been lost, scattered across Middle-earth in the great conflicts of the Elder Days, but darkness stirred in the depths of Moria. The halls of Moria, though partly reclaimed by brave dwarven expeditions, still harbored ancient evils in their deepest places. Reports came of new tremors in the earth, of shadows that moved against the flow of torchlight, and of an awakening hunger that echoed from the abyss. The connection became clear when a group of dwarven miners, led by the renowned Durin VIII, broke through into a new chamber. Upon its walls were carved warnings in Khuzdul, so ancient that few could fully translate them. They spoke of a beast from the First Age, a creature of shadow and flame that was neither Balrog nor dragon, but something that had escaped Morgoth's fall and hidden in the roots of the mountains. As the creature stirred, its influence spread. The waters of the underground lakes turned black as pitch, and the recently reclaimed halls began to feel the touch of its corruption. The dwarves fought bravely, but they were being pushed back, level by level, toward the upper halls. It was Celebriel who understood the stone's true purpose. The 3 stones were not merely lights in the darkness. She explained to Rosa and a council of dwarven and burning leaders. They were keys, meant to seal away the most ancient evils that lurked in Arda before the dominion of Morgoth. This beast in Moria, it is one such evil, and the stone Rosa found may be our only hope of containing it once more, but the stone alone was not enough. The ancient text spoke of 3 stones working in concert: the stone of morning stars, the stone of twilight dreams, and the stone of midnight's heart. Rosa's stone, they determined, was the first. The others would need to be found before they could hope to bind the creature. What followed was a desperate race against time. While the dwarves held their lines in Moria, Rosa and Celebriel embarked on a perilous quest. The stone of twilight dreams they found in the high passes of the Misty Mountains, guarded by an ancient clan of stone giants who had protected it since the elder days. The stone of midnight's heart proved more challenging. It lay in the depths of the old forest, where Tom Bombadil, after much riddling, revealed its location in the heart of an ancient willow tree. As they collected the stones, Rosa began to understand their power. Each one resonated differently: the morning stone with hope and renewal, the twilight stone with memory and dreams, and the midnight stone with endings and beginnings. Together, they sang a song that was ancient when the world was young. The final battle came in the chamber of Mazarbel, where the dwarves had made their last stand. The creature rose from the depths like a living shadow, its form constantly shifting between shapes of primal terror. It spoke in a language that made the very stones weep, promising a return to the chaos before creation. Rosa stood at the center of a triangle formed by Celebriel, Durin VIII, and Burgle, a ranger of the north who had joined their quest. Each held one of the stones, and as the creature approached, they began to sing. The elven woman's voice carried the high notes of the morning, the dwarf king's deep tones echoed the midnight depths, and the ranger's strong voice wove the twilight dreams between them. But it was Rosa's voice, pure and clear as only a hobbit's could be, that bound the 3 together. She sang a simple song of the Shire, of home and hearth and growing things, of the quiet beauty that the Valar had meant to protect when they first kindled the stars. The stones resonated with her song, their light growing until it filled the chamber with the radiance of 1,000 stars. The creature fought against the binding, its shadows writhing and its voice shaking the very foundations of the mountain. But the light of the stones proved stronger than its ancient darkness. Layer by layer, the beast was enclosed in crystal, its form frozen in a prison of starlight that would endure for ages to come. In the aftermath, as the dwarves began the process of cleansing and reclaiming their halls, Rosa understood why a hobbit had been chosen to find the first stone. The Valar had known that the power to bind such ancient evil needed to be wielded by one who understood the value of simple things, of life and growth, and the quiet courage of small hands facing great darkness. The 3 stones were set into the crown of Durin VIII, not as symbols of power, but as eternal watchers over the sealed evil below. The crystal prison containing the creature became a monument in the deepest hall of Moria, its light a reminder that even in the darkest places, the stars of Vardis still shone. Rosa returned to the Vale, where she recorded her adventures in a red book that would eventually find its way to the libraries of both Minas Tirith and the Shire. She lived to be a very old hobbit, and on clear nights, those who visited would sometimes hear her singing softly to the stars, her voice carrying echoes of an ancient power that had helped seal away a darkness from the dawn of time. Story 10. The golden halls of Meduseld gleamed beneath the morning sun, its carved horses seeming to gallop across the timbers in the dawn light. Within its walls, Hamfast Gamgee, grandson of the legendary Samwise the Brave, sat hunched over a curious piece of parchment. The map he had acquired from a mysterious traveler in the marketplace of Edoras did something maps should not do. It changed. As he watched, inked lines shifted like streams of water, revealing paths through Middle-earth that appeared on no other chart. Mountains seemed to part, revealing hidden valleys. Forests opened secret ways. And ancient roads, long forgotten by all but the stones themselves, emerged from the shadows of history. Hamfast had inherited more than just his grandfather's name. He had his spirit of adventure, and his position as a messenger between the realms of men. Yet even his regular journeys between Edoras and Minas Tirith hadn't prepared him for what the map would reveal. The first signs of trouble came with reports from the elven havens in the west. The few remaining Eldar who still dwelt in Middle-earth were vanishing, leaving behind only empty dwellings and an unsettling silence. In Rivendell's abandoned gardens, the fountains ran dry. In the remains of Lothal Reen, the last golden leaves fell from the melon trees, turning to ash before they touched the ground. Arahale, daughter of the king's chief loremaster, recognized the map's significance when Hamfast sought counsel in Mediceld. "These are the ley lines of Middle-earth," she breathed, her gray eyes wide with wonder. "The ancient paths of power that the Valar wove into Arda's making." Their being drained, as if in response to this revelation, winter descended upon Rowan with unnatural speed. Frost crawled across the plains like spreading crystal, and from the north came creatures not seen since the elder days, ice drakes and frost giants, beings that should have perished with the breaking of Angmar. The map showed Hamfast what others couldn't see. The ley lines of power were being systematically corrupted, their energy diverted by something ancient and cold. Each vanished elf, each withered tree, each frozen stream marked another point where the power was being stolen away. With Arahale and Hrothgar, a young rider of Rowan who bore the blood of Omer, Hamfast set out to follow the map's shifting paths. The map led them first to the ruins of Fornost, where they found inscriptions speaking of the First Age and the primordial spirits of winter that Morgoth had corrupted before even the coming of elves to Middle-earth. One such spirit, it seemed, had survived all the ages of the world, sleeping in the ice beneath the gray mountains. Now, with the departure of the Eldar and the waning of the ancient magics that had kept it bound, it was awakening and hungry for the power that still flowed through Middle-earth's secret ways. The map revealed that the only hope of stopping this ancient evil lay in the lost stables of the first Rohirrim, hidden somewhere beneath the haunted cliffs of Dunharrow. There, the legends said, Earl the Young had bred horses with the blood of the Miras, creating steeds capable of running on the wind itself. Their journey to Dunharrow was perilous. The winter deepened with every league, and ice wraiths haunted their steps. Yet the map showed them hidden paths, ways that wound between the worlds, where the veils between past and present grew thin. At Dunharrow, beneath the shadow of the White Mountains, they faced their greatest challenge. The paths of the dead, though cleared of their original cursed inhabitants by Aragorn's passing, had become home to other spirits, the shades of those who had died in the great winters of the past. Drawn back to the world of the living by the awakening cold, the map flickered with new revelations, showing them a path that wound deeper than the paths of the dead, into caverns that had never known sunlight. There they found the hidden stables, preserved perfectly in the mountain's heart. Yet they were not alone in their discovery. The ice spirit had followed them, materializing as a figure of crystalline beauty and terrible power. It spoke in the language of glaciers and avalanches, offering them a choice: surrender the map and allow the cleansing ice to return Middle-earth to its state before the coming of warm blood and beating hearts, or face obliteration. But Hamfast, remembering his grandfather's tales of the Ring War, understood something crucial about power. "The world isn't yours to remake," he declared, holding the map high. "These paths don't belong to any one power. They belong to all of Middle-earth," as if in answer to his words. The descendants of Earl's special breed stirred in their ancient stalls. They were horses of legend, their coats shimmering with starlight, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. As Arahale and Hrothgar mounted two of the steeds, the map in Hamfast's hands began to glow with its own light. The final battle was fought on multiple planes of existence. While Hrothgar and Arahale rode circles around the ice spirit, their magical steeds leaving trails of summer in their wake, Hamfast used the map to redirect the ley lines, channeling their power not against the spirit, but through it. The effect was transformative. The spirit, which had known only the cold emptiness of winter, was suddenly filled with the warm power of life itself. Unable to contain or corrupt this energy, it began to change. Its crystalline form melted and reformed, becoming like glass that held all the seasons within it. As the spirit transformed, the unnatural winter began to recede. The stolen power returned to the ley lines, flowing once more through the secret paths of Middle-earth. The vanished elves were found, not dead, but in a deep sleep, preserved in crystal that now melted away harmlessly. The horses of Dunharrow returned with them to the surface world, becoming the foundation of a new breed of Rohirrim steeds. The transformed ice spirit remained as a guardian of the hidden stable, no longer a force of destruction, but a keeper of balance between warm and cold, summer and winter. Hamfast's map became part of the treasures of Meduseld, though it would only reveal its secrets to those who, like him, understood that the true power of Middle-earth lay not in domination, but in preservation and balance. Years later, travelers in the White Mountains would sometimes speak of seeing ghostly riders on starlit horses, patrolling the ancient paths where winter meets spring, keeping watch over the secret ways that helped save Middle-earth from an age of endless ice.